Buonasera. Rieccoci qui con The Forgotten City. Stavolta penso che sarà l'ultima. Almeno farò in modo che sia l'ultima, perché sento che mi sto avvicinando alla rivelazione finale. Manca davvero poco da esplorare, poche missioni. Per di più, un po' di idee me le sono fatte. E sospetto, parlo in prima persona perché magari non condividete con me questi pensieri, ma sospetto che questo sia una sorta di Ade, comunque di una dimensione in cui vanno le persone morte. Però c'è qualcosa che ancora non quadra per quanto riguarda la Golden Rule, che è piena di loophole, cioè è piena di punti ciechi in cui è possibile operare in maniera immorale, ma comunque senza rompere questa Golden Rule, che non è così precisa come si immagina. Per esempio il suicidio non è contemplato. Però alcune cose rimandano alla concezione di Ade. Per esempio il fatto che appunto tutti raccontino di vicende che li hanno spinti al limite, vicino alla morte. Che sia per l'incendio di Roma, che sia per una battaglia, per una malattia, sembra che insomma la morte c'entri sempre. Poi c'è un'altra cosa. Ci sono quelle piastre, quelle placche che ho raccolto, che parlano da una parte di Ade, dall'altra di Plutone. Plutone, nome latino per il dio degli inferi, quindi praticamente sono la stessa identità. E c'è un'altra cosa ancora. C'è di mezzo Proserpina. E Proserpina è la regina degli inferi, che però non è in un rapporto così idilliaco nei confronti di Ade. Quindi quello che stavo pensando è che questa voce di donna che comunica attraverso le statue potrebbe essere proprio quella di Proserpina, che ci sta chiedendo di aiutarla, di liberarla dalla prigionia. Chi lo sa? Lo vedremo probabilmente oggi. E capiremo anche un'altra cosa. Che fine ha fatto non Roger Rabbit, ma l'ha ucciso? L'ha ucciso con una freccia normale. Che fine ha fatto Sentilla? E non solo lei in realtà, perché abbiamo anche un altro personaggio che è scomparso e non sappiamo che fine abbia fatto. Tanto io sento l'audio comunque un po' altino. Lo abbasso. Ok. Questa è la cisterna inferiore, che si dovrebbe collegare alla cisterna superiore, sì, attraverso, a questo punto, non so perché è così. L'altra volta sembrava. Lo abbasso un altro po'. Lo metto a 40. Ok. Comunque dicevo, di qui si sale, secondo me. Scusate. Allora. Esploriamo le cisterne inferiori, poi si sale su. Grazie. Non so perché ho il naso che mi sta dicendo starnutisci di nuovo. C'è un lunar pendant. Sen Diadef. Lo devo mostrare a Sentia, alla sorella. Potrebbe essere Sentilla. C'è scritto nella missione? Boh, vabbè, non fa niente. Non mi interessa quello che c'è scritto nella missione, perché non è una cosa che il mio personaggio dovrebbe sapere, quindi non mi interessa. È anche un modo per giustificarmi che non mi va di leggerlo adesso. Preferisco esplorare, poi se non la trovo mi dedico ad altri strumenti. Comunque, Sentia, la sorella che mi ha detto che aveva questo pendant sempre addosso. Ah. E questo passaggio l'ho visto dal tempio di Diana. Qui c'è anche del sangue. Quindi queste creature... Il fatto che ci sia una creatura lì potrebbe dipendere da questo. Cioè che queste creature potevano passare dal palazzo ed arrivare nella cisterna. Ma adesso la via è chiusa, quindi non so se ce ne saranno altre. Mi sembra strano che sia già uno scheletro comunque. È strano che ci sia un morto. Perché di solito i morti sono così. Sono statue dorate. Però se è scomparsa da un po' di tempo, non so quanto, qualche settimana forse, è strano sia già diventata scheletrica. A meno che non se la sia mangiata quel mostro e l'abbia scarnificata. Ma... lì c'è un forziere. Circa 20 giorni, no, 20 giorni non bastano. Quindi potrebbe non essere lei effettivamente. Bene, bene. Mi sembra che non ci sia nient'altro qui da ispezionare. Saliamo alla cisterna superiore. Ha pure il platforming. Va bene. Ah? Attenzione. È incatenata. Che sia Sentilla? Qualcosa mi dice che lei... si salvo, giusto? Aspetta un secondo, Tanto sei rimasta qui per 20 giorni. Non ti dispiacerà se do un'occhiata ai dintorni per non incappare in brutte sorprese o altro. Allora, una porta chiusa. Save scamming? No, in realtà preferisco non farlo. Solo quando posso sbloccare. Solo quando voglio fare dei test, come l'altra volta, uccidere Sentius, per vedere cosa succede. Forse era questa la porta, quell'altra porta. Vediamo dove esco, ma immagino esco vicino al tempio o in alto. Non ho controllato bene quell'area, però immaginavo che la cisterna fosse lì. Allora. Ok, sì. Ah, mi pare anche di averla vista, forse no, forse no. Non mi ricordo. Comunque, ok. Sono al tempio dove c'è Sisifo. Bene, bene, bene. E ora tutto ritorna. Andiamo a parlare con Sentia. Con Sentilla, cioè.
Who are you? Did he send you?
Chi? Chi è questo chi?
Do you know you're here? You have to help me escape before that monster comes back. I'm Centilla. I found a way out through the Gate of Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up.
Ho trovato una via
To keep
d'uscita.
us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his
Ma
key.
chi sta parlando?
Sentius, my adoptive father. Furies help me. I'll castrate and crucify
Lo sapevo.
him. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either.
Poi ho avuto un dubbio l'altra volta. Adesso lo dico perché Sentius è un personaggio di cui non ci si può fidare, e questo lo immaginavo. Però l'altra volta quando l'ho ucciso e è successa quella roba lì, insomma, tutto il casino, non si sa se è successa davvero in realtà, perché c'è un'iscrizione che dice che uno straniero ha causato il panico e poi è sparito. Ma chi è stato a scrivere quella roba lì? Chi è stato ad inciderla se la regola d'oro è stata attivata? Perché in teoria sarebbero tutti morti e nessuno mi ha potuto vedere uccidere Sentius. Quindi forse uccidere Sentius vuol dire impedire che si verifichi la Golden Rule, perché lui ad attivarla, forse in qualche modo è lui il tramite. Beh, quella cosa me lo fa sospettare, perché non c'è nessuno che avrebbe potuto vedermi infrangere la Golden Rule. Tutti sarebbero dovuti morire. Quindi questa cosa è strana.
Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from outside the city, so it should lead us outside. The only problem is it's barred by a heavy locked gate.
Ti preoccupare,
And
ce
here's
l'ho
the only key. I'm going to take that key from around his neck, even if it means cutting his throat to get it. I'm
Ah, no,
done
parla di
caring
quell'altro,
about the
forse.
golden rule. I just want out. Help me, and we can escape together. There won't be enough time. Just you and me. What do you say?
Ok, posso fare diverse cose. Posso decidere anche di far scappare tutti attraverso quel passaggio. Però rimane un dubbio. Quel vecchio sotto il tempio, chi è? Perché se scappiamo tutti, quel mistero non riesco a dipanarlo. Quindi forse è meglio se vado da lui e capisco. Ormai io tanto più o meno lo so chi è la divinità. Sì, è Ade formalmente, ma forse è addirittura Sentius ad applicare questa regola. Quindi potrei provare a vedere se ho qualche scelta di dialogo. Vediamo.
There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never. Oh, thank you. Now follow. Wait, did you hear
L'hai
that?
già detto,
He's
sì.
here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. Oh well, this doesn't change anything for me. It's a shame, really. If you'd just done what you were supposed to, you'd have been looping through time forever until you gave up and killed yourself. Just like that soft-hearted pleb, Al. Come now. Surely you didn't think you were the only one here who remembered everything. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. Whether that was Proserpina's intention or a happy accident, I'll never know.
Quindi sto
But I'm
stronzo ogni volta
surprised
mi
you hadn't
faceva finta di
noticed.
non conoscermi.
Here I was thinking you're a little bit sharper than Al was. Or perhaps you're just more willing to break the rules. He was a moralistic fellow, never once compromised on his principles. And because of that fatal flaw, he relived this day many thousands of times before we finally had this conversation. I watched him come through the portal each time, always a little older, a little more disheveled, a little more haunted. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, It broke him. He drank a jug of wine, tied a noose around his neck, and took his own life, just before he was shot with a golden arrow. The next time I awoke, you showed up, but you've caught up to where he was so quickly. I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trappings of my success.
Cos'è il classico
How
spiegone
many
del
extra days
cattivo,
did
no?
you give me? Just the 9? Not a lot compared with Al, but I've seized every day nonetheless. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it?
Dietro di te.
Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this. My title, my beautiful villa, the sun
Tu
on
devi
my
essere proprio
face,
fumato, però.
the music of birds.
Cioè, lui si diverte a ripetere la stessa giornata
And as
per
long as this
l'eternità.
day keeps repeating itself, I get to enjoy it all, over and
Condanna
over
a
again,
morte.
for eternity.
Mezz'ora
Don't you
ogni
see?
volta prima di ripetere tutto.
I have found a way
una
to
maledizione,
prolong
amico.
my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself?
No. Letteralmente Deathloop, sì, è vero.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow?
Sì, con un colpo muori.
Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
È la Madonna, ma che gli ha messo addosso? Ma come ha fatto?
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Ok, questo è un finale. Però non è un bel finale questo.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray.
Vabbè,
But I was
preferisco
in the
vederli il più possibile perché è
I'm
interessante capire.
Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Really? That's strange. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is kind of rusty, but the last entry mentioned someone with
Ma
the
chi è
same
che l'ha
name.
scritto?
It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law.
Chi è che
It
l'ha
said
scritto
the
queste
attack
cose?
caused golden statues to come alive, hunting down everyone in the city and turning them into gold. Apparently, the only person to survive was Scintilla. while the
Questo è il
stranger
modo per fare il
disappeared in a
finale a
flash of
slide,
light.
però te lo dice Alma, non è un granché come soluzione.
What? You're saying you were here 2,000 years ago?
Ti spiega che si è salvata solo Scintilla.
Sure, I understand.
Chi è che l'ha scritta queste cronache?
I'm sorry, come again? Let me see that. God, why does this writing look so familiar? I've spent a lifetime in this place going around and around in circles. This is disturbing. But I don't understand how I could have written it. I'm not following. So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time portal, so I never went through it, and that's why I don't remember any of this. I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping that poor woman to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Scintilla used, if we can find it.
Ok, quindi adesso posso anche scappare. Lui è arrivato da qui. Non ci posso andare. Qui è tutto convenientemente crollato. Però le cose non sono durate. Quindi l'oro col tempo è svanito. Va bene, passiamo di qui. Quindi c'è un modo per fuggire.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else has ever lured into this temple. You go on ahead, and I'll be there soon.
Quindi cos'è? Tutta una macchinazione di Sentius per ripetere la giornata. Ma non mi quadra comunque, perché lui dice sì, mi godo la villa, è un modo per vivere in eterno, ma non è un granché come vita. Capisco se vivi 1000 vite complete, ma la stessa giornata per l'eternità, ma stiamo sicuri che stai bene di testa?
You're back. But you're alone. Does that mean you didn't find Al? Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait? Really? Sounds amazing. And did you... Oh, look, here he comes. Al, it's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 years ago.
Poi
Supposedly,
manca
the
di
city
scoprire
was
anche chi è
destroyed when
Livia.
a woman
Ci sono un
murdered a
sacco di cose
tyrant
che
with
devo
the help
fare.
of, well, my new friend here. I know how crazy that sounds.
Maybe not that crazy. That woman. I don't suppose her name was... Scintilla?
How could you... What?
She left a tablet of her own. I stumbled across it while I was waiting here. I think she meant for you to read it.
Convenientemente c'è
Take a
anche
look.
Scintilla che ci scrive. Va bene.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Cynthia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius, poor Dooley, and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Ok. Finale 2 di 4. Poi c'è il 3 e poi c'è il quarto, che è quello più lungo, forse qual è il canonico, quello il migliore. Va bene, questo l'ho visto, non è un gran finale, sinceramente. Poi con tutte ste cose, ste contraddizioni. Il 4 è il perfect. Che lei mi scrive. Non mi sembrano delle soluzioni molto eleganti, sinceramente, per raccontare come è andata a finire. Capisco che vuoi dare un senso di compiutezza, che vuoi far pesare le scelte, però com'è possibile, non lo so. Allora, quindi Quindi per farlo io devo completare questo finale. Dovrei fare anche il terzo finale. Perché ho l'arco d'argento e non dorato? Ok, adesso l'arco è diventato d'argento. Anche le statue. O forse è un oro, è l'illuminazione che... Forse. Allora, adesso quindi... Allora, intanto devo fare la missione di Duli perché non l'ho salvato quando ho sbloccato la cisterna. La faccio così me la tolgo. Poi ho da fare... Questa la faccio, la completo. Poi ho da fare questa. Però è... Cioè, come faccio a completarla? Ho chiesto praticamente a tutti qual è la loro storia. Questa qui questa qui immagino sia... Sì, che si autocompleti, non c'è bisogno di completarla. E questa qui pure. Però questa mi serve per poi fare questa qui, immagino. Perché parlava di Livia, ma non c'è nessuna opzione che tiene in considerazione Livia. E Livia è un personaggio per me importante e che serve anche a salvare. Quindi se non riesco a capire che le è successo. Ok. Heart of Gold è stato risolto. Quindi devo farmi qualche altro giretto. Salviamo qui.
You. Thank you. I'm sad he wants to keep it. Sentius. My... Behind me. The only... I don't know. I'm good. There won't...
Allora, questa abbiamo visto che non accetta, però posso fare questo.
What? No. You can't just leave me here. How can you be so heartless? It's no use. You'll never persuade him of anything. I'm telling you, he's a monster. Please. You're making a mistake.
Ora però ho... Che poi il bello è che come aveva fatto Sentius a capire che io l'avevo liberata? Perché adesso non arriva più. Vabbè, sono ste soluzioni un po' cippettone, che non è che sia tutto spiegato, eh. La libero e convenientemente arriva Sentius. Poi... Vabbè, insomma, succede perché deve succedere. Non ci sono spiegazioni ulteriori. Però mi piacerebbe... Aiuto. Ok. Il bad ending è che divento cieco, sì. Allora, posso provare a chiedere a Sentius perché l'ha bloccata. Ma il perché lo so più o meno. Posso anche provare a dire agli altri quello che ha fatto Sentius. Lo potrebbero imprigionare. Sappiamo che l'imprigionamento non rompe la Golden Rule. Quindi si potrebbe fare una cosa del genere.
I hope you're coping.
E poi c'è anche la questione di Nevia. Cioè, devo salvare anche lei. Ci sono un sacco di cose ancora da fare. E c'è un'altra persona che era scomparsa, Hannibal, se non sbaglio. Che non sappiamo che fine abbia fatto.
Citizens,
Mi sa
I have an
che...
announcement.
Mi sa che manca un
Malleolus
botto di roba
has withdrawn
qui.
his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall.
Dici di no?
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Intanto posso...
Another one fresh out of the bar. Oh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's watching everything we do.
Non l'avevo mai
But
chiesto
what
questo.
kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his
Non so
or
se è una buona
her
idea
watch?
parlarle di Scintilla, però...
Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. Oh, and I suppose I'll just have to take the word of a know-nothing barbarian who just arrived, will I? Oh, you heard about her disappearance, I take it. Oh no, that's Scintilla's. The question is, what was it doing in the cistern? A skeleton? Oh gods.
Il bello è che le posso dire sta cosa, ma io so bene che non...
She's... What do you mean? But didn't Domitius say there's some kind of creature down there that killed and ate Hannibal? Could it not have attacked her too? What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put Scintilla's amulet on another body to make us think she was dead?
Esattamente.
Why would anyone do such a thing? But who? Who could have a reason to do that?
Tuo padre. Non posso dirle, guarda che lo so, me l'ha detto lei.
That is an extremely serious accusation. I take it you have something to back it up.
Sì, lo so.
So this is just baseless speculation then. I've heard enough. I won't have you peddling scurrilous gossip about my sister's tragic death.
Ma perché non posso
Kindly
dire?
keep your insane conspiracy theories
Non
to yourself.
sono conspiracy
Leave me
theories,
alone to
fidati.
grieve, you barbarian.
Mi spiace per te.
Let me grieve my sister's death in peace, will you?
Mi spiace che non posso dirglielo. Perché questa era una parte da fare prima e la missione si è un po' rotta, diciamo così. Sentius, a noi due, zio.
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I... We have... I must... Is that... Now. Me? What are you talking about? You know, you remind me of him. Al Worth. The fellow who came through the portal
Ecco.
before you. Come now. Surely you didn't think...
Questo già me
You
l'hai
see,
detto.
my connection to the portal, so... But he was a moral... And because I was... And when he finally saw the futility of it, the next time, I mean...
Ok.
And yet everything you've done... Because there's no escape. Except the path that Al took. So, you discovered my secret. So what? Why? Isn't it ob... And as I have... And why would I agree to... You might want to think that through. If anyone so much as touches me, everyone dies. The only way you're getting this key is over my dead body. And if I die, I won't be able to open the portal for you again, meaning you'll have created a paradox. You see, it was my actions that brought you to this point in time. So if you kill me, you'll stop me from doing so, and you being here will be an impossibility. That means if I die, you'll be flung back to your original time, having caused the deaths of everyone here, and you'll never be able to undo it. Is that
Non lo
what
posso
you want?
uccidere. Proviamo con il patetico moralismo, ma...
You and your pathetic morality. Nobody cares about your opinions, least of all, me. Understand that to me, you've never been anything more than a useful idiot, and you're no longer useful. I certainly hope not. In fact, I want it to go on and on forever until you wither and die like Al did, and the gods send yet another useful idiot to extend my life for me.
Quindi lui è una sorta di sanguisuga.
What are you going to do? Beg the gods for help? They don't care about you, and neither do I. Now, get out of my villa. I'm bored with you.
Ok, allora mi mancano 2 quest. Se ne è aggiunta un'altra. Non è male come cattivo. Posso chiedere a Equitia, però io Equitia ho bisogno che mi dia anche altre informazioni, perché Livia come la salvo. Non voglio andare direttamente al finale adesso.
Citizen.
Però vediamo cosa succede. No, allora Sentius non è male come cattivo. Il problema è che la sua motivazione è un po' tirata per i capelli. Le sue motivazioni sono un po' poco profonde, ecco. Sembra più un pazzoide che altro. Vado verso il perfect ending. Allora, proviamo a pensare quale altro ending potrebbe esserci. Allora, l'ending in cui scappa solo lei. Ok. Se non è perfect, scapperà lei e qualcun altro, forse. Non tutti. Quindi...
On your best behavior, I trust. What is it, citizen?
non posso convincere le persone.
All right.
Posso andare a vedere se quel tizio mi dà altre informazioni, perché io so che Sentius è il creatore, cioè il creatore. Adesso io so delle cose e sto qua potrebbe... Ah, dici devo uccidere Sentius. Finale 3. L'ho ucciso una volta. Lo devo uccidere io invece che farlo uccidere a lei, una roba del...
Ah, a visitor.
A visitor.
Welcome, welcome. May I ask your name?
Allora, vediamo cosa c'ha da dirmi.
It's a sincere pleasure to meet you. Tell me, what brings you all the way
Non è
down
sempre
here?
uccidere, però, quello che ho sempre fatto. Quindi devo fare quello che hai fatto sempre, uccidere, immagino. Oppure rompere la regola d'oro. E lo devo fare. Vabbè.
Then perhaps I will let us...
Come not yet? Non gli posso dire di Sentius. Sì, potrei scappare, potrei... Ciao Viper! Potrei scappare. Potrei scappare alla cisterna. Rompo la regola d'oro e scappo. Ah, però non posso aprirlo, giusto? Perché non ho la chiave di Sentius. E allora, boh, non so che idea. Perché mi serve per forza la chiave di Sentius. Però Livia. Mi manca solo lei.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
E l'ho fatto. Che cosa mi devo suicidare come ha fatto Al? Quello è il finale che... Ma mi sono morto diverse volte, non è successo niente. Cioè, forse solo una volta sono morto. Che mi ha ucciso una guardia. Più o meno è quello, cioè, nel senso. Cioè, se faccio ripartire il loop, faccio il quarto finale. In che modo, scusami? Ora so chi è il cattivo, ok. E lo che faccio? Lo dico a Galerius, lo va a ammazzare lui. Cioè che non... Ah, in quel senso. Ma quello è il finale che vorrei fare per ultimo, salvare tutti. Prima... Ciao Gheppa. Prima fammi scoprire che cacchio è successo agli altri. Ah, quello è il finale 3, sarebbe.
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls.
Però non posso far radunare
But
tutti.
it does not notice the crowds that come.
Oh.
You think you wish to know, but you do not. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed.
Vabbè, allora...
I'll say no more.
Pandora's box.
The newly arrived are...
Io voglio capire che cosa ha questa Livia. Però immagino che sia connessa al finale 4. Quindi, visto che per il loop ancora manca un po', io vado dalla sacerdotessa. Tanto devo fare delle cose, immagino. Io pensavo che il finale 4 sarebbe stato capire un po' di più e poi salvare tutti. Quello è. Invece è proprio un'altra cosa, mi stai dicendo.
Salve.
Quindi ha a che fare con quel tizio. Va bene.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the
So.
Well, I suppose we'd first need to figure out which god that is. And I'm afraid even I don't know. Although I have my suspicions. This might sound like a strange question, but please, humor me. How did you find your way here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that older. I see. I wonder if... No.
Fare questa cosa.
I apologize.
Don't believe a
I don't
word they
mean to
tell
be
you.
cryptic. It's just that you've got me thinking. Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go
L'ho
around
fatto,
and
l'ho
ask
chiesto a
them what they
tutti.
remember and see if you notice any patterns. good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you, too. Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of our little community, darning clothes and cutting hair. She was always so chatty, always seeking out newcomers and asking them where they were from and how they wound up here. And then, about a month ago, she suddenly changed. She withdrew, stopped working and became despondent, started muttering to herself. Galerius and I visited her to see how we could help, but she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some pattern. Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill. Or, as Galerius suggested, the weight of the golden rule was too much for her. But there is a small chance that she learned something, saw a pattern nobody else saw, and that it broke her. I just don't want to see that happen to you. So be careful, will you? Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me if you discover any patterns. Come back to me once you've acquainted yourself with the rest of our neighbors.
Allora, però sta cosa non mi torna. Perché io il dio più o meno dovrei saperlo. Ho chiesto a tutti come sono arrivato qui. E perché non me lo fa dire?
Did you find what you need? And did you notice anything?
E non posso farlo. Sta cosa non mi torna però. Che cosa manca? L'ho chiesto a ogni persona. Devo forse mi manca una voce di dialogo, qualcosa.
Citizen.
Mi manca Sentilla. Però Sentilla come faccio a interrogarla? Lui l'ho chiesto. Poi il gioco non mi dice se ci sono nuovi dialoghi, cioè.
All right.
Ave.
Brutta roba questa qui.
Salve again, friend. That's a shame. Now everybody's gonna think I'm some kind of oracle for knowing the future before it happens, and I have no way of explaining it. Hey, maybe the patricians will start treating me with a bit more respect. But then again, probably not. All right, I'll leave you to it, friend.
E questo è legato alla missione del pattern. L'ho chiesto a tutti. Tutti l'ho chiesto. Ho fatto in modo che ogni linea di dialogo fosse ispezionata.
Feeling all right? I'm glad. That's a shit.
Mi manca qualcosa? Oppure se è sbloccata qualche voce di dialogo nuova e non l'ho vista perché sto gioco c'ha sto sistema di merda che non ti riillumina le scelte di dialogo già fatte.
Name's Rufius.
Va bene. Facciamo il terzo ending. Però lo voglio fare facendo una cosa. Vedere se Livia ha qualche oggetto che mi possa essere utile.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Lo posso prendere. No, vabbè, ha ragione perché...
In the sun.
Bello che lo dice. And give me another day in the sun. Ok, e adesso dovrebbe essere tutto fattibile. Facciamo questo ending, vediamo che succede. E poi ci dedichiamo alla missione, quella seria, cioè a capire davvero.
Salve, friend. Oh. Yulia. Oh. All right, let me... I'll go.
Ma non posso dirglielo. Che cosa non avevi selezionato il what if? Che senso il dialogo?
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the
Il dialogo... Cioè, devo selezionare un'opzione di dialogo con Scintilla. Ci vado.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Hey,
Oh mio
You're
Dio,
not thinking
basta.
about going into
Lo
the
so,
system, are
ti
you?
prego. Non mi rompere i coglioni.
well,
Va bene, ci riprovo allora, lo rifaccio. E poi però voglio capire perché non mi fa dire niente a Equitia. Perché io il pattern l'ho trovato, cioè ho trovato anche le placche. Allora. Quella nota di Livia mi pare la stessa che avevo trovato dentro la sua casa comunque. Questo sale con l'arco, cioè. Mi arrampico e sparo contemporaneamente. Sono potentissimo. Lui si arrampica coi piedi, in pratica.
You. We. What? It's no use. You'll never.
Ma qual è la...
You're making a mistake.
Non è questa?
You're back. Have you come to let me go this time? There's no time. Wait, did you hear that? He's here. Quick, you have to let me go. It's now or never. What? No, you can't just leave me here. How? I hate you. I spit on you. I hope Dis drags you to Tartarus.
Boh, a me non sembra ci sia niente di così determinante. Secondo me forse perché devo fare prima la missione di Livia, per permettere di radunare tutte le persone. Perché Livia non mi pare in grado di capire bene quello che deve fare. Se la devo aiutare prima. Il dialogo del what if l'avevo fatto nell'altra run. E lei dice sempre la stessa cosa. In teoria ora. Vediamo. Però non capisco per quale motivo non farlo, anche se... Ma poi c'è anche questo tempio da aprire. Penso sia tutto un po' connesso, però. Va bene, andiamo dal nostro amico. Sì, l'avevo terminata con l'ending 2, però comunque io sapevo che Scintilla stava lì e mi aveva fatto la proposta di prendere la chiave. Cioè non ci voleva molto a dirlo a sto qua. Aspetta, dove corri?
Good news, Elpius. Malleolus has agreed to release you and Yulia from your debts.
What? Are you messing with me?
I wouldn't do that. You're both free.
We're free. We're free. Thank you. It seems fortune smiles on us after all. I'd better go and pay a visit to Yulia immediately.
Citizen.
Ora c'è tutta... Ogni volta devo aspettare che lo facciano.
So you survived the cistern. Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment. Her name's... Why? Whatever.
Provo a parlarci per vedere se... se ho tralasciato qualcosa, ma... Sembra strano, ho fatto le domande a tutti.
You're not... talk. I think a better question is, why I have quite enough marriage trouble.
Are you listening?
Lei però non me lo dice, ma non so se c'è un modo per farglielo dire.
Finally! This is outrageous.
Sir? Are you under duress, sir?
I've just had a change of heart.
But you on track to be magistrate, sir. All that work, all that money wasted.
Those are my orders. Carry them out.
As you wish, sir.
Vediamo. Adesso fa sta roba qui e dopo dovrei essere in grado di parlare con lui.
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh, well, that's surprising. But thank you for telling me. I'll let everyone know.
Boh, no, preferisco vedere un attimo qui perché se non funziona devo fare qualche altra cosa.
Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challenges are nominated.
Oh, shiny.
Fabbia c'ha sta
Thou
faccia.
well.
Inquietante.
I suppose my papa must be in the bath. I remember any. It's nice of you to say, but you should save your sympathy. Lots of people here need it more than I do. All right.
Un'altra a cui non ho chiesto qual è la tua storia è Aurelia. Però quella mi dice sempre che non vuole parlare con me, che gli sto sul cazzo. Come faccio a chiederglielo? Non mi sembra ci sia un'opzione. A qualcuno non l'ho chiesto perché non me lo dice, non perché non ci abbia provato. Lui lo so come c'è finito qui.
A fellow traveler from a faraway land.
E mo dove sei? Galerius, dove minchia sei? Te ne vai sempre in giro. Stai fermo un attimo. Ecco. Allora.
Salve again, friend. How? You're a Sisyphus. He was
Sì,
forcing.
sappiamo.
Oh, anyway. So, oh. Oh, that's kind of you to say. Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and
Non posso dire niente.
salve again. Now. But well, I want my more. Yeah. Oh.
No, non glielo posso dire. Vabbè. E allora... Però mi sembra strano che non glielo posso dire adesso, perché... Che senso avrebbe? La nota di Aurelia dovrebbe essere la stessa che sta qui. Di Aurelia Livia. Sì.
Just as the ocean but it... The bloodless shadow, some that... Help me. You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
L'hai già detto.
You think you wish it is better for you.
Non è meglio restare ignorante. Voglio darti una mano.
Oh, you're here. And, there's...
Ugh, coming on a bit strong, don't... This... Ugh.
No.
All right.
Con lei è impossibile. Vabbè, proviamo a vedere se il nostro...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Da Sentius. Bello che ogni volta Sentius deve avere il culo di non essere ucciso da queste guardie. Cioè lui si diverte a fare sta cosa, dice. Io vivo in eterno, però col terrore che se muore è finita. Che ogni volta si deve fare sta corsa. Quindi è un'eternità di atletica leggera. Vabbè, dai. Vediamo se il mio uomo adesso ce la fa.
Salve, friend. What? That's a big ask. But something tells me you're not kidding. All right, I'm gonna stick my neck out and believe you. But I doubt I'll be able to gather more than a handful of people.
Però così li prende tutti? Sì, passo da sopra. E forse non era meglio prima farli aiutare. Boh, non lo so. Vediamo. Però pure questo è un finale bruttarello, perché... Oh, ci crede, è una persona che si fida. Vede uno arrivare teletrasportato da un altare inviato dal divino, dice sarà qualcuno, un oracolo, qualcuno di importante. Mi fido e non faccio domande. Ah, ma qui non c'è neanche il caricamento, vedi? Molto più comodo da su.
You are... Juno. What? God, am I going out of my mind? Are you going to let me go or not? How did you know? Wait, did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
Però lui adesso si dovrebbe ricordare che io già lo so. Cioè, in teoria, quello che ha fatto. Perché dice che lui conserva la memoria.
With Scintilla. Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. So, you discovered my secret.
Ma già lo sai che...
What are you going to do about it?
Infatti non mi ha parlato forse dei suoi piani.
Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found themselves here has broken the golden rule eventually. It is inevitable. As I told you the first time we met, I found by reliving the same day over and over again forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Why? And as I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely.
Quindi lui in realtà
to cheat death. I have become in effect as immortal as the gods. Can you honestly say you would not wish the same for yourself? Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, father.
Ma cosa gli ha messo addosso? Che brucia così? Lo deve aver cosparso di pesce.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. The others should be right behind us. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
E quindi questo è il terzo finale. Lo sappiamo tutti. O quasi. E tutti no. Vabbè, quindi i finali brutti ce li siamo lasciati alle spalle.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fray. Well, here I am. Funny you should ask. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, trying. My Latin is... It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone with your name appeared in the city out of the shrine of Proserpina. Freed an imprisoned woman named Scintilla, who then murdered her captor, breaking some kind of ancient law.
No.
It said the attack caused golden statues
Praticamente li sto facendo
hunting down
scappare
everyone in the city
dalla
and
città.
turning them into gold. Apparently, Scintilla and a handful of other citizens managed to escape, while the stranger disappeared.
Li sto facendo scappare. Io mi salvo perché praticamente Sentius muore, quindi si crea il paradosso, perché lui non mi può inviare in quella città, quindi io mi salvo, si salva pure Al e si salvano anche i cittadini della città perché riescono a scappare prima che le guardie, quelle con l'arco, riescano ad ucciderli, perché c'è un passaggio nell'acquedotto che a quanto pare porta fuori. Quindi in questo finale si salva la gran parte della gente. Il problema è che ci manca qualche dettaglio, cioè ci manca tutta la parte sovrannaturale della questione, cioè qual è la divinità che ha stabilito la Golden Rule, chi è quel tizio che sta sotto al tempio, che vuole fare un discorso di filosofia. Equitia mi ha chiesto di trovare un pattern, e Livia, che sembra un personaggio importante, dice che ha visto qualcosa, che ha visto questo pattern, ma non si sa che cos'è, e parla anche del vaso di Pandora. Quindi tutte queste cose ancora sono misteriose e sono le cose più interessanti da scoprire, perché che ci sia dietro Sentius, però Sentius è soltanto un ingranaggio, diciamo così, perché lui sta sfruttando la Golden Rule a suo vantaggio, però non è stato lui a crearla, cioè lui semplicemente la sta usando. Qualcuno l'ha creata per lui, cioè per lui, insomma non penso che sia stata creata proprio per lui, però l'ha creata perché lui la potesse usare, anche se magari non è lo scopo della Golden Rule, lo scopo iniziale.
What?
Vabbè, queste cose le ho già viste.
God,
Ok, saltiamo, per questo già lo so.
So you're saying, because a man from I guess you saved my life then, as well as helping a bunch of others to escape. That's a lot to take in. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct Centilla used.
Adesso si fa tutta la scena e cambierà il messaggio che manda Sentilla. Lo manderà a nome di tutti, forse. Firmato da tutti. Vabbè, insomma. Niente di che.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment. You go on ahead.
Sono tornati in Oklahoma.
You're back. But why don't you tell me? Really? Ow!
Kinda lost track of time in there. You would. There was a supposedly to sick my new friend here. I know how crazy.
Maybe not that crazy.
How could you?
She left a tablet. I think she meant here.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equitia, and I will never forget you, or what you did for us. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Ulpius and Galerius, who heroically tried to rescue Dooley, but never made it back. But there is no point dwelling on what might have been. All we can do is take this gift you've given us.
Magari c'è un
and
modo
try
per
to show
salvare anche
others
Dooley
the
e gli
same
altri due.
compassion you showed us. We promise you that saving our lives was not for nothing. Scintilla et al.
Cioè, magari c'è un modo per salvare tutti.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. I'd love to hear your story, but first, you two look exhausted. Why don't...
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Va bene, però più o meno l'idea ce l'abbiamo. Magari si può perfezionare. Però in che modo? Perché bisognerebbe, cioè, per far sì che Dooley sia liberato deve essere eletto Galerius come magistrate. Quindi praticamente devo aspettare che succeda tutto e poi devo dirglielo dopo. Mi suona comunque strana come soluzione. Però non è che mi interessi. Sì, no, lo so che non è un altro finale. Però penso che questo finale qui abbia delle varianti interne. Lo so che non è un altro finale. Cioè, no? È solo così? Non ce le ha? Strano, cioè quindi loro devono morire per forza. È solo così. Ah, vabbè. Quindi non posso salvare tutti, è impossibile. Va bene. E adesso mi rimane da fare sta cosa qui. Devo chiedere le origini di ogni cittadino. Il problema è che non vorrei si sia buggato qualcosa. Esatto. Non penso sia un bug, però comunque c'è qualcosa che non va. Mi mancano delle informazioni.
Salve, friend. I'm welcome. That's if you're well. We've all. I used to let. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Vabbè, questa...
No, 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 no.
Devo riavviare un attimo qui.
That's the.
What?
Why do you? I'm so.
Please help. Your life's in danger just as much as mine. Are you really just going to walk? I see. Well, if we survive, I'll remember this.
I am out. Wherever you are, Scintilla, my love. I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no!
Ti potevi sforzare un po' di più a bloccare.
I'll have and I...
Va bene, riavviamo. Dobbiamo riavviare, un attimo. L'arco giusto, l'arco giusto. Ecco.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Allora, c'era una funicolare da qualche parte, sì. Adesso devo dire a Galerius di salvare tutti, perché così posso parlare con tutti senza dirgli di radunare le persone lì. Riparlerò con tutti, rifarò la domanda a tutti. Sarà un po' noioso, mi spiace, ma l'unico modo che mi viene in mente è questo. Le missioni mi dicono niente. Questo qui, figure out why Livia is acting strangely. E dice, perhaps the priestess might be able to help her. Quindi mi sta dicendo che devo parlare con Equitia. Però Equitia mi dice che prima di avere un qualcosa da fare deve capire qual è sto pattern. Quindi mi sa che è legato a questa. Questa qui, The Common Thread. Se non completo The Common Thread, probabilmente neanche Pandora's Box riesco a completare, da quello che ho capito. Questa qui mi dice di chiedere le origini ai cittadini, ma le ho chieste a tutti, non mi dicono nient'altro e quindi non so come fare a completarla. Questa qui, vabbè, Time Paradox. Questo qui, figure out which god is responsible for the golden rule, è legata a The Common Thread, sicuramente. E vabbè, questa qui, niente, completata.
Salve, friend. Oh. You? I'll go.
Ok. Adesso ho salvato tutti. Quindi ripetiamo quello che ho fatto. Anche se ho chiesto a Galerius, l'avevo già chiesto. A lei ci ho provato ma non parla.
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern. Oh, you're here. And there's a... Oh, I see. Let's just... Ugh. Certainly. Have you met? Now, she just stands around, caked in filth, muttering... I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna... There used to be a midwife here, Naevia, but this place drove her mad as a Maenad. Said she could hear the statues whispering to... Fortunately for us. Whatever you
Ma
like.
veramente è così?
The 49
All right.
Bellies fetch again with incessant labor. The one they have lost.
Ah, in quel senso? Però vedi, sta cosa ti trae in inganno, perché è logico che sia così, però le scelte di dialogo sono grigie e quindi ti dà l'idea che non cambi niente. Ok, allora vediamo se si riesce. Secondo me avrebbero dovuto fare una roba quality of life, tipo riparti con gli indizi, o fai una scelta di dialogo quando ce le hai tutte che le menziona, cioè che le dice tutte e quattro in una scelta di dialogo che è luminosa, così capisci che è nuova, perché altrimenti io non riesco a capire quali scelte danno delle soluzioni e quali no, perché il gioco non è consistente in questo. Perché in alcuni casi mi dice sì, Sentius è consapevole di quelle cose, quindi sa quello che hai fatto, però in realtà poi quando arrivi nel finale non lo sa quello che hai fatto, quindi non riesci davvero a capire se il gioco ti sta mentendo oppure no. E un aiuto grafico, visto che il gioco lo utilizza, sarebbe stato ottimale. Vabbè, allora devo farle tutte e quattro. Questo è un sollievo, per quanto non sia una soluzione che mi piaccia molto. Cosa costava sostituire quelle 4 separate con una unica nuova? Non lo so, vabbè. Sarebbe stato comunque più interessante così. Però dov'è sta Equitias? Prima o poi deve arrivare qui. Sarà a casa sua? No, è carino. Insomma, ha un po' di problemi, effettivamente. Ecco, anche sta cosa, che ho attivato un evento e quindi lei non è disponibile. Lo capisco perché funziona così, perché poi c'è il rischio che si attiva la routine proprio mentre sto parlando. Non è una soluzione tanto elegante. Quindi adesso io devo aspettare che c'è tutta la manfrina e poi rifarlo. Quasi quasi era meglio farne qualcuna da me. Vediamo se posso scammare lui.
Salve. Hello there, friend. You mean how did I end up here? That. All right. Mostly had myself see so all the way, but with a cat. No. The girl? Weren't you listening? All my valuables or the girl? I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl. So, and in one... Naturally, I dived in after it, hoping to salvage my fortune. Only, I guess I must have hit my head or something, because everything went black. When I came to, I'd washed up on the riverbank. I couldn't agree more. I mean, sure, I'd lost a few thousand denarii, but I've already made it back, and this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. Very well. Another time.
Allora, lui...
You don't need to say anything.
Welcome.
Just rest up, get your strength back, and we'll celebrate properly when you're ready.
I will. Thank you, Ulpius. I will.
E lui adesso è in posizione, quindi... Adesso dovrebbe arrivare...
Yes, sir.
Ok, quindi si ritira, adesso però deve dire Quidia e poi Quidia va lì, quindi un altro po'. Nel frattempo ci guardiamo il panorama perché non so cosa fare. Vediamo. Un punto abbastanza panoramico. Ecco. I cipressi. La villa. Vi immaginate vivere l'eternità in questo posto? Deve essere una vera merda. No, no, è un bel posto, però ci fai un giro. Ci stai un po', esplori i dintorni. Però insomma, stare qui tutta l'eternità in cui ci sono 2 ville, un tempio, un foro. Mi viene voglia di buttarmi qui nel burrone dopo un po'. Cioè, avessi il mondo a disposizione, giornate lunghe, allora potrei dire: Sentius, hai davvero fatto una scelta, per quanto egoista. Comunque una scelta che posso capire. La brama di vivere in eterno, di avere tutto, la posso comprendere, per quanto non appoggi la tua scelta.
Sorry again.
Ok.
Oh, come on. Hey, alright.
Basta, vattene. Però vivere per l'eternità così, ripetendo la stessa giornata, non so, non mi convince la sua motivazione. Deve essere impazzito. Va bene, però il luogo è bello, è affascinante. E poi c'è questa grotta spaccata di lì da cui esce la luce. C'è questo fascino un po' posticcio perché, come ho detto, è un'ambientazione che non sembra proprio romana, però che ha questo fascino un po' classico sicuramente. Un po' bianca, poco colorata rispetto a come dovrebbe essere. Però è sicuramente affascinante. Perché che ho detto? Entra la luce. Che cosa ho detto? Entra la grotta, che cosa? Sì. Il buco da cui entra la luce. Ah, sì, vabbè. Esce la luce. Beh, esce anche la luce. Esce da lì. È una questione di punti di vista comunque, eh. Non è così facile. Però sì, ci sta. Allora, dove sei, Equitia? Sei dentro casa tua? Ok.
A new face. Yes. What else? Yes. What else? That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure how I wound up here. It's as I feared. I think I understand what poor Livia has been going through. Let me ask you this. Did you happen to encounter a stranger in the forest before you arrived here?
Sì.
And did you happen to catch her name? I see. And was this Karen, by any chance, wearing a hood?
Ok. La fonte della luce è fuori. Però esce dall'ambiente fuori e entra in un altro ambiente, come fossero dei vasi comunicanti, no? Immagina 2 mondi. Uno esterno, tipo una sfera esterna, e uno interno. Dipende dal punto di vista, perché la luce esce dall'ambiente esterno ed entra in quello interno. Effettivamente, no? Esatto, mi sto giustificando così. vogliamo fare discorsi oziosi se la luce entra o esce, però sì, sono comunque oziosi. Indossavo un cappuccio? Non me lo ricordo, però forse sì.
Because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the baths. But don't follow too closely. We can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
Non ti preoccupare. Non ho interesse nel farmi il bagno insieme a te.
Ove.
Scusami. Vabbè, io vado nei bagni, Immagino che i bagni intenda quelli. Immagino che mi dica anche qualcosa su Livia adesso. Sì, ma vieni o no? Non sembra venire. E qui ti prego. Dovevamo essere discreti, ma così discreti?
We'll talk in the baths. There's some.
Ma aveva bisogno di un incentivo, va bene. Nell'oscurità. È proprio quello che sto per fare.
You're here. You were asking how I knew the young woman you met by the river was wearing a hood. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. It's a little hard to make out in this light. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest to find a hooded figure with a coin. It's just as you described it, only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead.
No, zia, no, era Karen. Mi ha fatto pure il giochino col meme.
Helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx.
L'ha detto lei, si chiama Karen. Non è Karen.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
There are a bunch of old stories about the gods punishing people by making them do the same futile task over and over.
Questa è un po' una
On
forzatura.
the bright side, at least you're not stuck
Poteva
in the
evitare il gioco
underworld
del
like they
meme,
all were.
allora sarebbe andato bene.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means. I'm afraid so. It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can.
Allora,
That was my first thought
mi
too.
sembra una
In the
domanda
old stories,
banale
the
ma doverosa.
underworld was where the souls of the deceased were taken. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it.
Questo c'ero già arrivato.
Of course,
comunque.
an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti, and Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again.
Perché ci sono così poche persone?
Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river, but that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you.
Va bene.
Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod.
Ma io c'ho l'arco.
Forgive my candor,
e salgo
but
coi piedi.
you are no
E sparo le
Hercules.
frecce mentre salgo.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you stand a chance. So, if you want to confront him, I'll help you as much as I can. Who knows? Perhaps your name will be uttered
Però
in the
c'è anche
same
un'altra opzione.
sentence as Hercules one day. But
Sconfiggerlo in
first,
furbizia.
you'd need an audience with you-know-who, and for that, you'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored and angered our
quindi
divine
le placche
keeper.
che in
If
parte
you
ho.
could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques, I imagine he might be willing to receive an audience again. It's the towering stone monument with 4 sides and a pyramid-shaped head that stands before the great temple, a dedication to the god of this place.
Io quante
You'll
ce ne ho
find
però?
them all over Rome.
2 mi sa.
But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems one of them made its way here too, although how is a mystery. However, this one is unusual in that each of the 4 sides is decorated in a different style: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and another I don't recognize. That means you'll need to recover 4 different plaques: Roman, Greek, Egyptian, and a 4th.
Roman e Greek
a
mi sembra
mystery
ce ne ho.
plaque. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident, will be able to tell us. Unfortunately, he disappeared weeks ago. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern, so perhaps you could talk to her, or just take a look in his room.
Perché?
I'm afraid you're on your own with that one, but perhaps finding the other 3 will illuminate the way. It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you
Alla
could build a
fine
ladder
Sentius
big
sta
enough,
lavorando per
just
Plutone
trying it would break the
e
golden
ci tiene
rule.
tutti prigionieri.
We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried.
Che lui crede di essere vivo, ma in realtà sta nell'Ade, è morto anche lui.
As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to help them escape, and Aeneas was guided to the exit. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrandizing king, and a brawler about their own heroic deeds, so they should be taken
E
with
ora
a
potrei
grain
fare
of
qualcosa
salt.
per Livia.
First, Proserpina. What we do know about her is, well, it's a grim tale. It's said the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her here against her will, forcing her into marriage.
Quindi lei è prigioniera.
If the stories are true, then
Vorrei
I
provare ad
suppose
aiutare
so.
Proserpina, perché sembra
The problem
lei quella
is,
che parla attraverso
how
le
do we
statue.
communicate with her without being noticed by her captor? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is also the possibility of a spirit guide. I don't suppose you've come across one of those in your travels? Truly? And you're only bringing this up now? Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as Navia. Can you tell me more? Is it the same voice? What kinds of thing does it say? Fascinating. Perhaps she's a benevolent spirit. Or perhaps... Perhaps you're hearing the voice of Proserpina herself. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make sense for her to speak in cryptic whispers to avoid detection. Tell me, has she told you anything that might lead you to the way out?
La cascata. Ah.
Truly? Then why are you still here? Ah, I see. Then it seems you have made a
Però mi
great
sa che
sacrifice
parlava
for
proprio di
all
quella
of
via lì.
us, friend. I admire your compassion. Truly. Thank you. But unfortunately, I'm afraid your only other option will be to confront you-know-who. All right. I would suggest not discussing this with anyone. The best we can do for them is to let them remain oblivious for as long as possible. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time. Perhaps it would comfort her to know she's not alone. In any case, time is of the essence.
Ok, andiamo da Livia, che mi sembra
May Fortuna guide you.
che abbia delle cose
Although
da
you may
dirci.
not need her with Proserpina on your side.
Mi piacerebbe allearmi con Proserpina, mi sembra una strada interessante, invece che andare dritti a menare Ade. The Old Man. The Old Man mi sa che è quello sottoterra, perché non ha un nome. Ok, questa si dovrebbe rivelare da sola. E forse ha a che fare con Livia, perché parla del vaso di Pandora. Bene, quindi ci manca poco. Adesso dobbiamo andare dritti da Livia. Andiamo da Livia. Lei ha capito quindi di essere morta e appena ha realizzato di essere morta è impazzita.
Melodies fetch again, just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world. So this place accepts all the souls, but it does not notice the crowds that come. Say it. Speak its name. Then it is true. I was right. I thought I saw it, but when the rest of them could not, I kept thinking I must have gone insane. I had to tell myself it was true over and over again, until I wasn't sure if I was deceiving myself. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself came here. Would you like to hear it?
Sì.
I will do my best to remember the relevant verse. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. The sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place accepts all the souls, and is never too small for any populace, nor notices the crowds that come. There the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades, imitating their previous lives. And still others incur punishment. I hope I have done it justice, and now we share a secret. It's as if you've lifted a great burden from my shoulders. Thank you, friend. I think I should rest.
Non mi dice nient'altro. Sarei aspettato qualcosa in più da lei.
Friend, you have given me hope. May you follow in the footsteps of Hercules and return to the light of day.
Va bene. Non c'è più nient'altro da fare, quindi le placche. No, queste sto dicono I need your help. Non è che ci posso parlare. No. No. Placche. Dal vecchio sotto al tempio. Quindi praticamente questo gioco vuole unire un po' tutti i mondi, perché mi ha fatto trovare quella greca, quella romana, adesso quella egizia e poi quell'altra misteriosa. Vorrà fare riferimento alla religione, filosofia orientale. Allora, eccoli qua.
A visitor. Welcome. Well, tell me. Ah, yes, that cursed thing. I know exactly where it is. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Have you deduced the name of the god responsible for the Golden Rule? Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. That's probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the Golden Rule, surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable, because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the Golden Rule, morality matters. the slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing?
Sì, praticamente non è un limbo dopo la morte, è proprio l'Underworld, però sì, praticamente sì.
Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in?
Super individualista.
You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which do not survive the journey from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement?
Non c'è molta scelta.
Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct? And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument.
Aspetta, voglio cambiare la mia risposta.
My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong. If there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them, and evil people will always find a way around them. And so we must accept our limitations, and the sad truth that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an old man. I would be happy to answer your questions.
Beh dai, è un dialogo interessante, un po' semplicistico, però sì, lui ci ha pensato qui dentro al significato di bene e male in relazione a una regola che è arbitraria, la Golden Rule, che funziona sì e no, e lui l'ha spiegato così, perché non esiste nessuna società ideale, men che meno l'Underworld lo è, e quindi ci si può avvicinare come un asintoto, no? Che ci si può approcciare al millesimo, ma non si raggiungerà mai. Posso chiedergli un sacco di cose adesso.
You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with nothing but these relics of the past for company? It's a long story. I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skills,
Ma un po' a sprazzi, secondo me, a livello di scrittura.
I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny.
Tu sei greco, però.
They are one and the same. The Romans call him Pluto, but long before that, my people called him Hades. My generation was wiped out, turned to gold, many years ago. My friends and I were able to avoid the same fate by hiding down here. I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, Hades would realize that his furies hadn't finished the job.
Quindi quelle sono le
Send
furie.
them after me again. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even by mistake, that Hades would hear you and know I am still alive.
Quindi lui è un sopravvissuto alle stragi praticamente precedenti. Lui si è rifugiato qui sotto insieme ad altre persone.
I'm afraid I am the only one left. There were 12 of us in the beginning.
Poi erano 12, sembrano gli apostoli.
My friends passed away. Some from malnutrition, others from madness and despair. It has been lonely. Before my unexpected visit from Kabash some weeks ago, I'd not seen another person in many, many years.
Quindi Kabash è passato qui.
Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is diet. Fortunately, I found that eating fresh fish provides most of the nutrients I need. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation, so I like to imagine arguments, where I argue both sides. But, like so many things in life, arguments are better with a partner. As you wish. Huh. If I did, would I be living like this? Did we not discuss it at length already? Oh, I see. You're toying
Sto
with
soltanto scorrendo tutti i dialoghi.
You seek the plaque bearing the Egyptian inscription. It is a cursed object, and I would be happy to give it to you if Kabash had not already taken it. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. To prepare for your encounter, there are certain things you must know. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. I'm getting to that. You see, it was among these old Greek relics that I found the thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription.
C'erano edifici egizi, mi stai dicendo?
We had no idea until years later when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate. I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret.
Non sei molto ben nascosto, te lo dico. Va bene. Interessante, questa parte è interessante, devo dire. E adesso vediamo cosa c'è dietro sta porta. Che ha delle croci cristiane, sembra. Quindi sono morti. Sono morti dopo essere morti. Quindi qui sono 3. Quattro forse. 5. 6. 7. Ne conto 7 finora. Voglio capire se sono tutti. Sì, saranno 12, no, saranno 11. 8. Qualcuno ha scavato un buco. Non stanno tutti qua, però. Un board chiamato Senet. Qui comincia a diventare egizia la questione. Che c'è, non ti piace che conto i morti? Giusto. Sembra una mummia quasi. Eh, 11 corpi e goti, è vero. Però non mi sembra di averne visti 11, magari me ne è scappato qualcuno. Qui non siamo più in architettura egizia, evidentemente. Qui di nuovo. Sì, ecco perché le frecce. Perché c'è una sezione. questa cosa non è ben chiara, perché gli altri nemici che ho affrontato erano così perché Nevia li stava scorticando. E quindi a quanto pare sono tornati in vita sofferenti. Questi non mi sembrano scorticati. Che cosa gli è successo dunque? Perché sono diventati così? Ah, quindi lui sa leggere anche i geroglifici. Non li conosco, sarei curioso di sapere se è vero quello che c'è scritto. Cioè, se c'è scritto davvero quello. Che è vero quello che c'è scritto, sì. Poi ci vado sopra, eh. Poi ci vado. Delle sfingi. Hacker. Ah, questi quindi sono i cancelli dell'oltretomba con Anubi. Ci sono anche gli hackers. Vabbè. Va bene. Ops, ci ho provato. Ok. Era solo una strada secondaria per evitare i nemici, sì, ho notato. È bello che ci siano comunque delle vie alternative. Oh, un bel altare. Con i fuochi ancora accesi, quindi c'è stato qualcuno di recente qui. C'è stato il nostro... come si chiamava? Kamesh.
Stop. Do not come any closer. Who are you?
Non sembra molto egizio comunque dalle fattezze.
I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greco-Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors.
Ma perché c'ha sta accento, mio Dio?
To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greco-Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris.
Ah, Osiride, ok.
Now, as for the other plaque. Indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, They desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But
Oppure è scritto in caratteri cuneiformi
it would imply
degli
the gods
Assiri,
of
dei
Egypt
Sumeri.
are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this I cannot accept.
Sì, anche perché la scrittura in kanji non so quanto sia antica,
Perhaps it is
effettivamente.
the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine
Sarà
Osiris
diversa
once
poi,
more.
quella delle origini.
You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed, thrown into the black abyss below in Osiris's name. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of the
Quindi
Duat
adesso l'ha
with
lanciata
no
di
way
sotto.
back up. Madness. If it will help you to see reason, then ask.
Ok, chiediamogli la classica
Rakotis, which you may know as
serie di
Alexandria,
domande.
the name of the city the Greeks built over it. I was a fisherman, like my father before me. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin and eventually traveled to Rome. When the fires broke out last year,
Sì,
I tried to help.
è lo sviluppo
I
videoludico, è
gathered
una
35
metafora questa dello
locals
sviluppo
into my
videoludico.
boat and led many of them to safety farther along the Tiber. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded I wait for his brother. But we were full to almost sinking, and smoke was all around us. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to bribe me by placing a coin into my hand. When I refused, he drew a dagger and thrust it between my ribs. I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger wearing a ram headdress. He said his name was Kerti, and at the time I simply
Ma no,
thought
secondo
him
me
odd.
sì,
It did
sono
not
d'accordo.
dawn on me until much later that he was the Kirti, the ram-headed ferryman described in the
Ha
book
qualche
of the
ingenuità,
dead.
è un po' altalenante in alcuni punti, però è interessante.
This is where I belong, as caretaker of the memories of my people.
Cioè, anche la materia
The
trattata è
faraway are to
interessante,
be
come parla
remembered,
di
the
religioni
horrors
che si
to
sovrappongono, di mitologie che diventano altro e si modificano, e il passato archeologicamente effettivamente rimane sotto, no? Perché qui siamo sottoterra e ci sono le rovine dell'underworld egizio. In alto c'è quello romano che però è costruito sopra le rovine dell'underworld greco. Quindi c'è questa scala, no? E adesso devo scendere ancora sotto, e quindi vedrò un underworld forse ancora precedente, no? C'è proprio questa costruzione, tipo una torre che va verso l'alto, e fa capire come cambia l'inferno in base alle popolazioni. È chiaro che è un punto di vista molto parziale, perché qui stiamo parlando del bacino del Mediterraneo, ci sono centinaia di altre religioni del mondo, quindi diciamo è un po' una semplificazione, anche come tratta un po' i temi, però l'idea è encomiabile, diciamo, è carina, ecco, ci sta.
I think if someone is to break the golden rule, it will not be me. For
esatto,
I try to
i tentativi di
live as I
fare la meta.
always have by the command of the
Scavi
goddess
e trovi
Do to the doer
gli
to
underworld
make him
sumeri.
do. As for the punishment that
E
will
infatti
come
Roma
from
come
it,
underworld sta
I
pure molto
finally
bene.
understand why it has long been
Non ci sono
said among my
le
people
furie
that
con
gold
l'arco
is
dorato, ma ci sono
the
i
skin
cinghiali
of the
indemoniati che ti inseguono
gods.
per strada appena rompi la golden rule. Però ci sta.
I do not know. What could possibly lie beneath the underworld? Perhaps it is infinite darkness. Perhaps it is the lair of Amit.
Beh, hanno fatto la metro C dopo, non so, tipo 20 anni che dovevano farla. E ancora non è finita perché le fermate, Piazza Venezia e Colosseo. Colosseo stanno lavorando, non so quando finiranno. Dicevano 2023 se non sbaglio, ma...
Most unwise.
Vabbè, hai capito, io ci vado giù però,
Gone from this place. Wait. You are planning to go down there.
Se non l'avessi lasciata cadere, brutto imbecille. Ti ci tiro con me, eh?
I urge you, return to the surface with the Romans. It will be safer for you.
Lui c'ha anche un'arma, peraltro. Questa cosa non va bene. Ricorda un po' come sono entrato, no? C'era questa caduta libera. Sumerian Plaque, ok, Sumeri, ok. Nergal. Non conosco molto bene la mitologia sumera. E quindi... Oddio, questa è roba... Più che sumera è babilonese questa, però. Ok, quindi abbiamo l'altro Underworld che non so, non mi sembra sumero, però. È figo, sì, un po', diciamo, un po' amatoriale come cosa. The Talos Principle è molto figo. Tra l'altro The Talos Principle anche un DLC, Road to Gehenna, che devo ancora recuperare. Potrei anche farlo in live magari. The Talos Principle è figo. È figo davvero. Ok. Cambiano anche gli abiti, se non sbaglio, delle persone qui sotto. E questo? Con ste basettone. Qua non si va. Ah, guarda qui. Delle barricate. Dei sumeri. Sì, non sembrano molto sumeri come architetture. Boh, hanno preso un po' di statue, no? Si sono fatti un giro per i musei e hanno detto vabbè, dai. Cerchiamo di dare un'idea, ma... Tipo le mura di Babilonia. Oh. Come faccio a leggere una roba del genere? Namkuzu. Cioè mi immagino, no? Vabbè, queste sono robe ingenue. È stato fatto dagli sviluppatori di Serious Sam. Sì, sì. E tra l'altro si vede per quanto mi riguarda, perché ci sono... Le ambientazioni sembrano quelle di Serious Sam. Io mi immagino questo qui che prende il blocco di pietra e inizia a incidere. E dice, mentre sto scrivendo i soldati della divinità. E si interrompe proprio mentre sta... From our mission, probabilmente. Si interrompe... Cioè, ma in modo? Cioè ti metti a incidere una lastra di pietra. Quanto ci metti? Un'ora per farlo. Vabbè, insomma. E vabbè. Impara dai nostri errori. E poi non riesco a capire come si fa a leggere una roba simile se la placca era scritta in caratteri sumeri. Anche quello, in teoria, doveva essere scritto in caratteri. Ta-ta-ra-tan, tan-ta-ran, tan-ta-ran-tan. Tan-ta-ran-tan-tan. Va bene. Eh sì, e vabbè. Ci sta, ci sta. Voleva comunicare. Sumerian Pottery. Vedi, ci sono anche delle lezioni di storia. Non so se me lo dice perché sono un archeologo oppure... Oppure è così. Lo dice comunque. Ah, qui ci sono le trappolozze. Guarda, pure il lance. Ma non ci vuole molto ad essere più storicamente accurato di Assassin's Creed, veramente. Senza neanche tirare in ballo non lo so, gli scorpioni giganti e cose di sto tipo. Quelli non sono il problema.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction.
Ma
that was a promise.
Ma tu sei fissato con sta roba. Ma c'è la Golden Rule.
I disagree. I warned you against coming down here, against perpetuating this sacrilege. But
vabbè, tanto
you persisted. You have undermined and dishonored the true God of the underworld. How did you think this would end, if not with bloodshed? Very well, I will listen. But if I sense deception, or if you further insult my gods, I will carry out my threat. So tell me, why should I let you live after you salvaged this instrument of blasphemy?
Questa lo faccio incazzare ancora di più. Questa... Non mi sembra che ci si possa ragionare. Questa qui sembra forse quella più onesta, però non avrà nessuna ripercussione positiva, immagino.
Then you admit it. You
allora incazzati via.
Sacred beliefs of my people. I will not allow this. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a seed of truth. And now, I ask myself, did our priests steal and embellish the stories of an older people and feed us lies all our lives simply to trick us into obedience? Blasphemer! You have sealed your own fate.
Dai, smettila.
Good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that each time it breaks, Osiris bellows with rage, and his voice shakes the very foundations of the earth. I can only hope one more tremor will lay waste to this fragile place once and for all, and you along with it.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Che lo debba convincere per forza. Non mi sembra in grado di intendere e di volere. Sto tizio è impazzito. Ma non posso attivare quella pianta.
When I told you that
allora, proviamo. Proviamo questa.
Why? To what end?
Proviamo ad essere sinceri.
But why? What business could you have with Osiris? Doubtful. What do you know about honoring the Lord of Silence? You speak the truth. Indeed, it seems we have all been deceived. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good lives so that we may descend to the Duat in death and be judged accordingly. We prepare to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42 assessors of Ma'at. And yet, I am not sure I follow. Speak plainly. Perhaps there is some truth in that. What is your point? You are persuasive. Very well. I will let you live, and you may do what you will with that plaque. I will remain here for a while.
È stato convinto. È un po' alla Bethesda sta roba. Si vede che è uscita. A un certo punto questo qui tutto incazzato. Blasfema, dici due cose. Dici, ah, ok, sì, hai le tue ragioni. Poi su sta roccia. Con i bracieri, guarda, lo troneggiante.
You again. What is it now?
Niente.
Of course.
Ciao Kabash. Da dove sei arrivato tu? Quindi la conoscevi una strada, brutta merda, eh? Da dove sei arrivato? Ah, da questa porta, che poteva essere aperta solo dall'altro lato. E quindi tu come cazzo l'hai aperta? Vabbè, non ci chiediamo niente. Uno. Due, tre, quattro, cinque, sei, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Goti. Goti. Vediamo un po'.
Ah, you've returned. Good to see you again, friend. Did you find what you need? I enjoyed our chat.
Wilson. Ok, non gli posso più dire niente. Ora, dritti spediti alla placca, cioè all'obelisco per mettere le placche. Placchiamo l'obelisco. Comunque effettivamente c'era un sacco di roba da fare ancora. Un sacco. C'è tutta un'altra zona con nemici, con dialoghi. Sì, salvo. Immagino ci siano due strade per sto finale, perché una strada è lo affronto con la forza e l'altra è prova ad ingannarlo con l'aiuto di Proserpina, di Persefone. Poi non si saliva, vero? No. Non proprio?
Fortune smile on you, brother.
Not really.
On your best behavior, I trust?
Sta facendo notte. Non vorrei che avvenissero le elezioni e poi Duilius rovina tutto. Veloci. Il tempo è poco. Che bella questa scena con questo arco verso la luce. Ah. Forse avrei potuto fare una strada più breve, ora che ci sto pensando. Ma va bene uguale. Ok, quindi save. Ora le varie placche. Una greca, romana, sumera, egizia. Non sembra affatto un tempio, ma centro uguale. Oh. Sti caricamenti bruttini. Devo decidere. Uno dei tanti nomi. Ah, devo dire il nome corrispondente. Giustamente, questo è greco, quindi Ade. Questo è egizio. Cioè Nubi. Ok, è un enigma, diciamo così, prima di... per vedere se hai capito la storia, insomma. Queste sono mummie. Sono mummificate, queste persone. Questo no, non sembra. Quindi tu sei Osiris. E tu sei Nergal. Nergal. E questa è l'Abstergo Corporation. Questa è un'astronave aliena. Cos'è? Ma che sta succedendo? Sono gli alieni. Ci sono gli alieni. Ma perché gli alieni? Guarda, guarda. C'è Yoda, Yoda fluttuante.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Sumerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, God of the Underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your arrival. You're unlike the others, aren't you? And what is more, you carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so gracefully. But there will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity.
Pure. Chiediamogli un po' di cose, qui c'è tanto da chiedere. Vabbè, proviamo prima. Qual è la tua storia? Chi sei?
My story is many thousands of years long. You will need to be more specific. What do you wish to know?
Sei un dio?
It is a matter of perspective. God is a label I was given by you mortals, not one I gave myself. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made me incomprehensibly powerful.
Quindi sei un alieno in pratica,
Just as
sei
you might seem so to an insect. But despite all,
sei un uomo del futuro.
There are rules even I must obey. My kin and I all adopted this form long ago, so that we might better understand and communicate with your kind.
Sei un alieno.
In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire, joy, ecstasy, even rage and sorrow, while an acquired taste can be addictive. No. Long ago, I swore to Persephone that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind.
No, non avevamo i modelli per gli alieni, quindi vi accontentate di questo. Va bene, mi sta bene.
This is my beloved.
Tra l'altro non vi sembrava Yoda.
Like me, she has been known by many names.
C'era un'altra cosa.
Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutabal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans.
Karen
Her role is to
XXI
ferry
secolo.
souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. You will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. As you wish. It has come to be known simply as the Underworld, and it exists because of a wager I made long ago. That is a long story, one that began over 3,000 years ago and continues to this day. You see, long ago my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium to search for other forms of life among the stars. We discovered your planet and witnessed your kind evolving from primates into something lawless and barbaric. You all but destroyed yourselves, your 2 short lives being extinguished by violence and ignorance and disease. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you, and persuaded the rest of us it would be squandered without our intervention and stewardship. So we revealed ourselves to your
Assassin's Creed
place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and law. And you called us
ai loro occhi sì.
For a time,
Non hanno tutti i torti.
but soon you were too many for us to oversee. And as you spread from that cradle of civilization, we saw something disturbing. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion, and soon you returned to your old ways of violence and ignorance. This time in our
Come si chiamano quelli di Assassin's Creed?
my
Gli
kin
Isu.
had seen enough and gave up on your kind, condemning you as barbaric and chaotic, scarcely more than animals. We began preparations to return to Elysium, our home world, a utopia
Disco Elysium.
unspoilt by conflict and unimaginable in its beauty. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him, but he would not relent. He would rigidly uphold his final pronouncement. Humans were unworthy of ascension to Elysium, and no exceptions would be made. But seeing that I was aggrieved, he proposed a wager, the terms of which were as follows. If even one human city could prove itself capable of living without sin for a single year, then Proserpina and all of humanity would be permitted to join us.
Quindi c'è stata sta scommessa.
My
ok.
part would be to remain behind, the last of my kind, to watch over you, without interfering, and to sit
un gioco,
inside
quello che sta
judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind proves itself worthy of her faith. so that I might take her with me to Elysium and unthaw my goddess of springtime. And here I am, after all this time, still waiting. There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Ceres, and of course, my beloved Persephone. As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own fashion, so that they might be comfortable and recreate their lives here. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths, to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives, and to prevent escape. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive, and as their civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization, the Egyptians promptly built over what had been built before, and made all the same mistakes. After another 1,000 years, the Greeks began to arrive, and then the Romans, and they all did the same thing. They built upon the underworlds of their predecessors, renamed their gods,
però non parla della nostra civiltà, non lo sa. È una cosa che è sfuggita anche a lui. Si è fermato ai Romani.
To ensure the wage was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from the silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place, with no memory of how they arrived. As the tokens were discovered, they were traded, smelted, and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's obol, or as coins for the ferryman. Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind will have squandered the last of its potential to ascend beyond this rock, and Persephone is along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, and a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic of Gilgamesh, and his words were twisted and distorted over generations. Later,
sì, è tutto un costruito. In realtà, poi noi siamo un uomo del XXI secolo e siamo finiti comunque in un cristiano, non penso, in un cristiano. Ci siamo arrivati lo stesso con un token. Quindi non sta prendendo in considerazione le civiltà più future. Mi fa pensare che lui sia rimasto un po' indietro nel tempo, cioè non abbia il potere di viaggiare nel tempo. Siamo più potenti di lui.
And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, your kind has always told each other stories about this place, though each story contained only a seed of truth.
Solo in Asia sono originali.
Of course. That is merely the name your people have given to it, but yes, it is my doing. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city, the self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried,
and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, two were particularly
Sì, però lì avranno un altro alieno che ci pensa.
Both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces, bracelets and rings fashioned from gold. Seeing this ostentatious display, the second woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold, and when her prayer went unanswered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the banquet, the second woman summoned the first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching, and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat, where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching, and I decided to answer her prayer. I took the golden bow left behind by Diana, and I shot that woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted by her sin, and the wager could no longer be won. So I had no choice but to wipe the slate clean. I gilded them all, to make way for a new wave, and began the wager again. And to this day, each of them, and all who came after, line the halls of this city, inanimate but conscious, suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they may bear witness to and lament the folly of your kind for eternity, the silent golden sentinels. I give your kind a second chance at life, as well as ample warning about my law. And when you disobey, and you always disobey, you force my hand, bringing terrible suffering upon yourselves. And so you ask if I am the one destroying your lives. And I say, no, you destroy yourselves. I am merely the means by which you do it. When my kin departed, they left behind many relics which I inherited. A consolation prize of sorts. The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow. Tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added, treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. It is the simplest of concepts, and each one of you is born with the faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who
Però ecco perché mentire non distrugge la Golden Rule, perché lui non lo sa, perché non è onnisciente, è imperfetto, è un essere di un altro mondo, però comunque sti occhi brillanti ce li ha perché ci avrà le telecamere sulle statue e guarda attraverso quelle, cioè è per quello che poi si accorge che la Golden Rule si è rotta, è stata infranta. Non è un essere perfetto, per questo quindi ci sono tanti loophole.
Enough. You clearly know nothing.
Se la prende? Se la prende.
I'm able to commune with all the statues in the city. Their ears are my ears, and their eyes are my eyes. If she was still conscious, I suppose she could, but she's not. Why do you ask?
Zuckerberg nel metaverso. È vero, è verissimo.
Then what an odd question.
Con gli algoritmi di Facebook sotto forma di statue dorate con l'arco.
Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalizations, or are you going to give me an example?
Proviamo.
You speak of the moneylender. How is that inconsistent with the rule? And he would never have signed a contract pledging his labor for 30 years. All he did was enforce the terms of a contract signed voluntarily by others. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority, this is interesting. I'm curious, how do people escape poverty where you're from? I see. And how long might it take such a person to repay their debt? I fail to see how your system of loans is significantly different to a debt bondsman signing over his labor for 30 years. Supposing you're right, then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
Vediamo un po'.
The midwife in the palace, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. Those statues are something else now. Bloodless shadows, mere shapes of their former selves. They are forsaken. What happens to them is no concern of mine. Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. The literal interpretation helps to minimize the ambiguities of your primitive language. Supposing you're right, and my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked?
Esatta frase, sì. A scambio.
Ah, the tavern keeper, yes. How is that inconsistent with the rule? I disagree. Having watched that tavern keeper, that is precisely what she would expect from others. She would view it as a game, one she intends to win. Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. It requires
sta
us to
mettendo
ask what another
in
person
luce
would
le
want
sue
if they found
debolezze.
themselves in another situation.
Alla fine devi interpretare, devi speculare, cioè, come diceva quel filosofo, non c'è un sistema utopistico. E questa è una divinità, ma una divinità solo nel nome alla fine, perché è un altro individuo che fa un po' il cazzo che gli pare, è un dittatore in pratica, no? Che sta...
Not if we're wise enough to know the mind
che decide un
of
po'
man.
lui quello che è giusto e sbagliato.
Supposing
Ma
you're
sempre
right,
così.
then my law has been broken, and I should turn you all to gold immediately. Is that what you want? Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have overlooked? I have seen no such thing, but in any case, taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not one that is done to others, however they may be affected by it. Therefore, it cannot be said that one who commits suicide has done anything unto others.
In parte sono d'accordo, in parte no.
Now tell me, what other sins do you believe I have
Suicidio comunque
overlooked?
è una determinazione di se stessi. Rapimento.
Abduction. You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the system, I take it. He did so because she sought to escape, a sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping, albeit brutishly, than I have to wipe out this entire city to punish her. Wouldn't you agree? Supposing you're right, and my law has been... Now tell me. Do you honestly think you could do better? I should strike you down for that. Now, did you have any other questions before your reckoning? Very well. Good. Then now it is time for your reckoning. Only, it seems, something is wrong. It has long been within my power to see into the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life. But when I peer into you, I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you appeared in this city. How is this possible? Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember ferrying you. How did you come here?
Abbiamo rotto il sistema.
If that is true, then I sense the intervention of someone powerful.
È stata Proserpine.
How did you come to be in this time, mortal? Who brought you here?
He cannot know.
I do not know. My kin departed long ago, and Proserpine has slumbered for 3,000 years.
Sono tutti partiti tranne lui.
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. It seems I will need to put your reckoning on hold for now. But answer this. Why have you come here? What is it you seek? Your hubris is amusing, so I will allow you to make your
Potevo
case.
dirgli voglio solo andarmene da qui, ma c'è
If you
un modo per andarmene.
or waste my time with lies or wrong-headed arguments, you face death here. So, tell me, why should I put an end to the so-called Golden Rule?
Ti avrebbe ucciso. Questa qui. Proviamo questa.
That is a very serious accusation, mortal. What sin have I committed? What evidence do you have to support it?
Allora. Però Abduct Proserpine abbiamo visto che lui non la considera una... Non la considera una cosa brutta. Che sta succedendo? Devo ripetere i dialoghi. Ha intrappolato le persone in questa città contro la loro volontà. Però lui dirà: gli ho dato un'altra... Gli ho dato un'altra opportunità. E quindi non è un male. Questa potrebbe essere. Tu hai punito delle persone che non hanno fatto niente per colpa di altri. Vediamo.
Every one of those people was guilty of failing to ensure their peers lived virtuously. They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did the Greeks before them. Ah, but I am a god, and you are a mortal. Why Why would you expect me to treat you as I treat my own kind? You are not a peer. You are not a respected equal. Let me ask you this. Do you treat insects as you wish to be treated? Do you care for their well-being as you would your fellow man? Do you ensure they have food and shelter and protection from predators? Do you give them rights? Of course not, because that would be absurd, just as it would be absurd for me to treat your kind as equals. Where to begin? Our lifespans exceed yours by thousands of years, in which time we accumulate vast wisdom and a mastery of technology you cannot begin to imagine.
Effettivamente questo è un buon punto.
It would be most unwise to get ideas about attacking me, because that is the source of our power over you. You could say that. My kin have no superiors. That is true. Go on. Make your point, mortal. Let me ponder that for a moment. If you are right, then it would follow that all this time I have been in the wrong. But no. The very thought of it grieves me. How can I accept your argument when doing so would make me a tyrant and a monster? Wait, what? What are you saying? You have spoken eloquently, and yet, if what you say is true, it follows that my wager was fatally flawed from the beginning. But that would mean Jupiter, Preservator's father, who knew more about you than anyone, proposed a wager I could never
Sì,
win.
infatti ci poteva arrivare, cioè è immortale, arrivo io, due cose. Ma guarda che ma guarda che non è che forse hai dimenticato qualcosa nella tua vita millenaria. No, è bello questo dialogo, però sto tizio è un allocco, cazzo. È un coglione. Vabbè, forse ha fatto anche lui un errore.
A mistake? But he is the best and greatest of us.
No.
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I have suspected as much.
Quindi lo avevi sospettato.
And I cannot deny it any longer. I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making her believe that you could ever.
Quindi era personale. Ammetti.
But my rage was not born of malice. Quite the opposite. Everything I have done, I did because
Hai
I
fatto pure un po' per
loved her.
sfogarti, di la
Who
verità.
knew this empathy of yours, which you
Ci
celebrate
godevi
so
di ammazzare la
much,
gente.
could have such a dark underside? This has gone on too long. It is time for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the wager and leave for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Very well. I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. But as for you, be aware you will be separated from the rest. Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this moment will never have taken place, and you will have created a paradox. What will become of you is difficult to predict, but that is the risk you have taken by interfering in the natural flow of time. Now, are you ready? Farewell, mortal.
L'ho persuaso. Andare nell'Elysium non è una soluzione, considerando che sarebbe stato un altro mondo con gli stessi problemi del nostro, più o meno. Anzi, forse pure qualcuno in più, perché erano praticamente immortali, quindi pensa che palle.
Oh. Hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Thought I was in here alone. I'm Al. Well, here I am. I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time, learning about the history of this place, and it is extraordinary. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people to set foot in this city for about 2,000 years. Fortunately for us, the last person in here was a Roman man named Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here, and living in fear of a curse they called the Golden Rule.
Mitico.
They believed that if even one person sinned, an unknown god would cast them all into gold, like the 1,000 people who'd lived here before them. Then, one day, just as Galerius had finished praying for a good harvest at the shrine of Proserpina, an oracle appeared and told him how to solve the ills of the city, like saving the life of a dying woman, preventing the suicide of a man in debt bondage, freeing a falsely accused prisoner, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Meanwhile, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one right here, and demanded an audience. And the doors just opened up to him. Nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that, leaving a lot of questions unanswered. What became of him and the other people who lived here? What happened to all the golden statues? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years? I don't know, it reads like an earnest account to me. Anyway, I think I found a way out to the aqueduct that brought water into the city. Follow me.
Questo scenario non può essere visto come un parallelo di Cristo che muore e risorge. Non lo so. Cioè, secondo me il sottotesto di questo gioco riguarda più che altro la definizione di ciò che è etico e morale. Cioè, dell'impossibilità di raggiungere una legge che sia giusta per tutti. E quindi chi si propone essere il legislatore, in questo caso la divinità, comunque deve accettare delle debolezze che sono debolezze umane. Quindi non riuscirà mai ad arrivare alla piena realizzazione di quello che è il suo obiettivo, no? Perché non esiste una morale, una verità finale, ecco, questo è il senso. E alla fine il dio, Plutone, come vogliamo chiamarlo, quell'alieno, quell'essere immortale o quasi, è anche un po' la raffigurazione delle divinità greche e romane, perché le divinità greche e romane non erano tipo la divinità cristiana perfetta, eccezionale, che conosce tutto, sa tutto, ma erano delle divinità che avevano dei tratti umani. Si disinteressavano per lo più agli umani, vivevano nel loro Olimpo, facevano i cazzi loro, ogni tanto andavano in giro, mettevano incinta qualcuna, che uscivano fuori semidei, eccetera eccetera. Zeus era il campione di questo, però erano divinità con dei problemi e dei vizi umani, come quell'alieno lì. Che c'è, Marcus? Va bene, usciamo. Forse c'era... A quanto pare esisteva un'altra possibilità. Se sbagliavi i dialoghi, potevi uccidere Persefone, rubarle la corona, tornare indietro nel tempo e ricattare Ade. Ma per davvero? Quindi ci sono più finali. Interessante.
Vai. I'm gonna pause here for a moment to
Beh,
make sure nobody else is
immagino
overloaded into this temple. You go on ahead. I'll be there soon.
cambia la strada. Vabbè, sì, la parte finale, il dialogo finale comunque è interessante, per quanto quell'essere immortale è uno scemotto, no? Perché non ha pensato ad alcune cose, oppure non avendo contraddittorio. Era un po' come il filosofo rimasto solo. Non aveva contraddittorio perché alla fine c'aveva Caronte che è uno scagnozzo, non gli diceva niente. Persefone era immobile. Adesso ritorniamo da Karen.
You're back. But you're alone.
E quindi è rimasto col
Does that mean you
dubbio
didn't find out?
perché non aveva contraddittorio di fatto.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you so much. I was beginning to think you'd both become trapped in there. Why don't you tell me what you discovered while we wait?
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions. You can just call me Charon, if you like. I am sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, I do not. But I have learned, from 5,000 years of experience, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought you here. My role, as the servant of the god of the underworld, has always been to assist the chosen to cross the threshold from the land of the living to the land of the dead. Usually, when people do not remember how they died, it is because they suffered a terrible trauma. Most souls would rather not remember. Ask yourself honestly, do you really want to know? As you wish. You were murdered. You were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely, but your assailants were armed, and you were not. There was nothing you or your ally could have done. He died instantly at the scene, and you followed a few hours later.
Uno era Al, quindi.
That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin, called Charon's Opal
Che
by
culo,
some.
abbiamo trovato una tomba
And
antica.
so
con
it was
questo-
my duty to bring you here. It means I am now bereft of purpose. There is nobody else to ferry here. Nobody to keep you company. After 5,000 years, the underworld has finally run its course. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and Romans burying their dead with a coin in their mouths to pay the ferryman for passage across the river. Well, those stories contained a seed of truth, but not any
Ci sono delle
coin
trovate
would do.
tecnologiche.
A long time ago,
Mm.
my master created 1,000
Dei
silver
teletrasporti
coins
portati.
and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. It means I am now bereft of
L'hai già
purpose.
detto.
There is nobody else to ferry here. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you
Ti puoi
keep
fidare,
this
sì sì.
to yourself.
Ci scriverò un libro.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe what we found. The ruins of a long-forgotten city. And there was a tablet describing an oracle who confronted a god and undid an ancient curse.
Sounds like quite a story. And I look forward to hearing all about it. But you two look exhausted. Why don't you hop in my boat and rest while I ferry you back to civilization?
Sounds good to me.
And you? Are you ready to go home?
Ah. 1 year later. Al museo. Al museo della Forgotten City. Il museo dell'Ade, praticamente, questo è.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you again. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. I guess they weren't ready for your theories about the underworld. Anyway, after
C'è scritto
everything
davvero
you've
un
been
libro,
through,
quindi non sta
I thought you
dicendo,
might
io lo dicevo per
appreciate
scherzo, ma c'era
some
scritto per davvero.
good news. So after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius's tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. I've been dying to tell you. I just really wanted you to see this for yourself. Why don't you head on down there? I'll catch up with you at the other end.
Bene.
Oh, hello. There he is.
What? Ma davvero?
You're finally here. Remember me? It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Karen appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over. Only, for some reason, she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only ever had that one conversation, and I wasn't even sure if you'd remember me, but I wanted to say thanks for freeing us from the underworld and giving us a second chance at life. Oh, I used Karen's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. Got a villa on it too, with enough room for Dooley, of course. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I'm finally my own man, and I wouldn't change it for the world. I know! I can't believe my luck either. But we're engaged and living together. We're planning to get married next spring. If you're going to be around, we'd love to see you there. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you, so you better keep moving. We'll speak again soon, my friend.
Deve essere stato traumatico però adattarsi a un mondo completamente diverso.
You're here. It's so wonderful to see you again. So, you're the hero who somehow vanquished the last of the Roman gods. As I'm a priestess, you realize you've put me out of work. I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable.
No, non lo so neanch'io.
Galerius and I are engaged and expecting.
Ah, è pure
We've just bought a lovely
incinta.
villa in the countryside with room for a large family and Dooley too.
E hanno adottato Dooley.
It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us.
Secondo me,
For all of us.
secondo me tipo questo è un altro mondo ulteriore, cioè non è il mondo vero.
Oh, it's sweet of you to ask.
Che non è
She recovered
possibile sta
nicely.
cosa.
In fact,
Sono rinchiusi in
she's
un
here
museo.
somewhere. If you'd like to ask her yourself.
Per l'eternità.
See you at the wedding, I hope.
Dooley, come va?
Hello, I'm Dooley.
Adesso lo cerchiamo.
Galerius said you're very nice and a big helper. Thank you for getting us out of the bad place. I didn't like it. I live at Galerius and Equitia's house. They look after me now and help me remember when I forget things, like brushing my teeth.
Ah, molto simpatico.
Treasure? Oh, I forgot about that.
Beh, la televisione, Little Box.
Galerius
o il
got me a
computer.
box that tells stories. It's my favourite thing. Yeah, they're fun. Bye bye.
Penso sia una televisione. Va bene. Speed. Oh, chi è sto militarista?
Hey. Evening.
E questo Orazio se la fa con Sentiamo.
Hello.
Vabbè.
Hi there, I'm Horatius. I understand we have you to thank for giving us a second chance at life.
Si è arruolato
And
nei
reuniting
Marines lui.
Scintilla with us as
Vabbè.
well. So, thank you. I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer one day. The
Modena.
world's changed a lot, but some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to let go of old ways of thinking and embrace the new.
Però se ricorda
The
ancora le
Seneca
citazioni di
wrote,
Seneca.
the ones who pioneered our paths aren't our masters, but our guides. Ah, you remembered that. Thank you. I grieved for a time, but that's done. In the words of Epictetus, as those who rode behind triumphant generals remind them they are mortal, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting
Orazio
than
Stego è
most.
rimasto così.
He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he
È
started some kind
è
of...
andato a menare in
bloodsport
UFC
tournament.
praticamente. È un gladiatore moderno.
Suppose it appealed to
Domitius,
people's baser
madonna.
instincts. And they say he made some good coin.
Ma com'è possibile? Poi devi imparare da
But he's not
zero,
finally
cioè,
run out.
sono tecniche diverse
There's life
quelle.
along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword. You're not wrong. And you. Farewell.
E tu, senti, come va?
I take it you're the Oracle. Thanks for coming. Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I didn't want to be associated with
Ha cambiato il
Centaurs
nome. Bene.
after what happened. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple. She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been keeping my little sister locked up in the upper cistern all that time. But he's been dealt with. He's... you know what? The
Ma mi
important
sembra che
thing
non
is
so se
we'll
UFC si
never
può
see him
fare
again.
tipo lotta greco-romana, robe varie.
Anything I want. I'm a woman of means in a vast new world. I can go wherever and do
Mazza, sei molto
whatever I
fortunata.
please. Of course, I
Beh,
mostly just
rispetto
stay
magari
in
ai
my
tuoi tempi,
villa
sì.
and have my servant Alexa summon things for me. Because it's
Alexa.
just awful out there.
Alexa, ma
Barbarians
veramente.
everywhere.
Oddio.
He's still there, all alone.
C'è
the
pure Alexa a
last golden
casa.
statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end
Quindi
of time.
Sentius sta qui.
Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Quello che ha pagato più caramente.
Then I suppose he got his wish. You too. See you around.
Lucretia. Vai. Madonna, che
You are
vestiti
here.
di merda, però.
It's nice to finally meet you.
Mamma mia.
Lucy is fine. I'm making an
Lucy.
effort to blend in, as you can see. We are all trying to keep a low profile. If the
chiamati
world knew we
Lucrezia.
died 2000
State in
years ago
Italia.
and were suddenly brought back to life 12 months
Perché
ago,
Lucy?
they'd never leave us alone. Speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'd say the gods smile on you, but I hear you drove the last of them off. So, I'm studying to get into medical school. As much as I resented the responsibility of keeping everyone in the city alive, when it ended, I realized I missed it. So I guess I'll just keep saving the world, if begrudgingly, one patient at a time. You too, don't be a stranger.
Giulia, come va?
You're the Oracle, right? Oh, of course, sorry. And I never got a chance
Mi
to
chiamo
thank you
Longino, ma tra
for
l'altro.
telling Galerius how to save my life. And of course, getting me and all of us out of a terrible situation. Oh, I barely recognize myself. I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend. And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write
Stai
about
studiando inglese all'università e lo parli
Turns
comunque
out,
molto
it's
bene.
about
te lo
30
dico.
times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was. Did you know there are entire continents Rome never knew existed? And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus, but much more comfortable. Oh, sorry, you already know all that, of course. I'm just so excited. There's so much to see and learn and write about. I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. I hope to change that. One day. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital. As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling a sense of... what's that German word? Schadenfreude? Thank you. You're very
Sì,
kind.
ha una capacità di adattamento incredibile. È incredibile.
Ugh, someone told me
Sarei
she was
probabilmente
boasting about
morto
getting her claws into
nel
some
mondo così
rich
cambiato.
prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still isn't fair. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... what was it? Nigeria? Some people have all the luck. Well, you are the Oracle, so I suppose I'll take your word for it. Huh. I feel better already. Thank you.
Aurelia è andata in Nigeria. E boh. Non so.
You too. If you're ever in London, let me know. We can go to bars and drink wine and listen to the stories of the 9 million people who
Scammata.
live there.
Sì. Venderanno i suoi organi.
You're welcome.
Molto bene.
Hey.
Qui che abbiamo? Ah. Tu guardi giustamente una... Sì, una giara, cos'è? Una vasca da bagno
And
antica.
here you are.
Lui col
It's
papillon,
wonderful to see you
ovviamente.
again. Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. A fine Greek name. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And now I'm living in the 21st century.
Adesso c'è un sacco di persone
What
con cui
a time
parlare.
to be alive. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank for it. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University.
Madonna, ma è incredibile.
helping
Questo,
fill
tipo
the
in un,
odd
questo in
gap.
un anno lavora a Cambridge.
Not that I need the money.
Con una mentalità vecchia di 2000 anni. Non conosce niente, non conosce la lingua. Questo è un genio incredibile. Com'è possibile? Com'è possibile sta cosa? Voglio essere loro. Si deve recuperare 2000 anni di filosofia, ma come fa? Cioè... Vabbè, c'ha una capacità di adattamento sovrumana.
Aha, you remember that? I have to admit, I've been profoundly
È il good ending, sì, però, cioè... È carino, cioè, però fa un po' ridere per quanto ingenuo, no? È come quel finale di quei film un po' così, per ragazzi, dice, tutto finisce bene, ma non ti devi fare troppe domande, perché altrimenti si rompe tutto.
My sincere thanks once again.
Vabbè. Oddio, guarda che c'è. Prima parliamo con Fabio.
Magnificent museum, is it not?
Madonna, ma che vestito ha? Ma è orribile, oh mio Dio. Ma tra l'altro tuo marito che è uno stilista, tuo marito, non so se sono sposati, probabile. Ma perché ti ha fatto mettere un'indecenza del genere? Vabbè. Vuole fare concorrenza alla carica dei 101, non lo so. Non è che gli altri siano vestiti bene, ma un vestito a pois.
I don't know how you knew, but I would have been crushed by that shrine for sure. I'm just so happy to be here with you and everyone together again, even if it's just for one more night. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Karen gave me, so I just do what makes me happy. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants.
Madonna, ma vi siete adattati meglio di me al mondo. Cioè, tu sei più moderna di me qua. Ma com'è possibile?
Thank you. I really am.
Guardi i meme, cioè.
You too.
E interfacciarsi con la tecnologia deve essere tipo mind blowing. Da 2000 anni. Vedi i computer, ti esplode il cervello. E no, lei guarda i meme.
Greetings. You must be the legendary
Oracle.
Oracle.
Ma pure tu, ma cosa sei vestito? Ma perché
to finally make your acquaintance. I am Georgius.
Lo so chi sei, purtroppo.
I am told we have you to thank for freeing us from Hades, and for that I am most grateful.
Che cosa fai?
I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2000 years, I barely recognize it. This is at once heartbreaking and thrilling. Perhaps one day, once I have seen all of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off against the fearsome god of the underworld and won.
Oddio. Vai.
You too, my friend.
Vabbè, quindi lui se gira la Grecia vuole...
Hello.
Some soiree, innit?
Madonna. Cioè, tu... Con le regole... Non vedi l'ora di infrangere il regolamento. Sei proprio un pezzo da museo.
We meet again, old friend. Oh, there's no need to be like that. Whatever happened back then was water under the bridge. We all did things we regret. Desperate times and all that. And listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation for what you did. If it wasn't for you, I'd never been able to sell all those useless old relics I accumulated. Whatever you did in that temple made me a very wealthy man. Thank you. Such a acerbic wit. I love it. I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market.
Okay.
That's where the real money is now. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice, you being the Oracle and Future Seer and all that, on which stocks I should invest in next. I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you recommend? Oh, don't be like that. You can tell your old pal Dacius. I won't take no for an answer.
Lo posso imbrogliare. DVD renta.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same thing. I'll go home and buy up as much stock as I can
vai.
tonight.
Fai la fine di Blockbuster,
Of course, don't let me keep you. Thanks again for the tips, my friend.
Ok.
Good evening.
E tu chi sei? Livia. Livia irriconoscibile.
Hello there.
We meet again. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. In all the time I was in the underworld, I never once imagined that I might end up in a place so much like Elysium. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while, at least until I'm well enough to be independent again. Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of Ovid, but that's all right. I have 2,000 years worth of poetry to catch up on now. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe.
Okay.
I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you.
Vabbè.
Farewell, friend.
E invece tu, Octavia.
Oh, hello. It's lovely to meet you. I've heard
tu c'hai
so
un
much
vestito
about
decente,
you.
diciamo.
I'm thankful that you're here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming and for saving our lives. What you did was extraordinary, and I'll never forget it. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old place. Oh, and I'm training to be a crisis counselor. After you sent Galerius to persuade Ulpius not to take his own life, I was inspired. I just want to spend the rest of my life helping people, like you helped him. Thank you. That means a lot. And you. Oh, and I hope this isn't too forward, but some of us are going out for a drink after this, if you'd like to join us. Wonderful.
Vabbè.
I'll see you soon.
Vai, famose una bevuta. Ah, eccolo, Kabash.
What is up?
Madonna. Ma sei uscito da Mad Max tu? Ma che cacchio di giacchetto c'hai di pelle? Ma che roba è? Ma dove l'hai preso?
Plunder any more.
Sei uscito da Fallout.
I must say, I am ashamed of the way I acted when we first met. If I had known you would go on to confront and triumph over the tyrant masquerading as the Lord of Silence, I would never have blocked your passage. You are most gracious. I too would like to offer my thanks for releasing us from that place, and for your role in bringing us here. This world is truly wondrous. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but they have no need of another fisherman, and I came to see there is nothing for me there. Instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure, and I have met many people from many cultures.
È un viaggiatore.
I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife. Now, I think it is time I had some fun. Indeed. Thank you, Oracle.
Molto bene.
Hello there.
Sentilla.
Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name.
Tutte e due.
After you drove
Sembra un
Peter
po'
off,
Elizabeth.
Proserpina came and released me, and that monster got what was coming to him.
Hi.
Ulpius. Ah, perché è vero, loro erano amanti, se non sbaglio.
Don't worry, nobody did. I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful than I dreamed it would be. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still with us.
Elizabeth.
If you're ever passing through the region, I hope you'll come and visit us.
Va bene.
You can try some of our very own wine.
Va benissimo.
Thanks. You too.
Gabriella. E tu, Ulpius, come ti sei cambiato il nome? Non mi dica.
It's nice to finally
Ti chiami
put a
ancora
face to the
Ulpius?
name.
No.
I'm Ulpius. I understand I have you to thank for sending Galerius to save my life. The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'll be forever in your debt. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. We finally bought the little vineyard we always dreamed of. It'll be a little while before we know what we're doing, but every day I look at her and this extraordinary new world with all its beauty, and I think, what if I'd given up hope?
Da un certo punto di vista loro hanno raggiunto il
Missed
paradiso,
out on
perché in pratica
all of
hanno,
this.
a parte
So we're living
alcuni,
each day to the fullest.
qui è finita male.
And we end them all the same way, sitting together
Hanno
on our
realizzato i loro
terrace with a
desideri.
glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now, and watching the sunset over the rolling hillside. And I couldn't be happier.
Poi è scoppiata la pandemia.
Thank you.
Infatti non c'era una mascherina.
Wouldn't be here without you. You too.
Qui abbiamo Rufus. Ah, si sono messi insieme, immagino adesso.
Hello. Nice to meet you. I go by Rufus now. New start, new name.
Rufus.
Oh, and thanks, by the way, for what you did. Sorry, I'm no good with the mushy stuff. I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very modern.
Sai, studiato,
Destroyed in the war, and it rebuilt itself. Good place for a fresh start. Haven't decided what I'm going to do with my life yet. One adjustment at a time. Huh. Good to know. Anyway, it was good practice for the new world.
Effettivamente sì.
Security cameras and smartphones everywhere. Got to stay vigilant. You too. Look us up next time you're in the Netherlands. We're grateful.
Finita bene pure per loro.
It's so nice to finally meet you. I've heard
Questo
so
continua a
much
parlare
about
con
you.
l'accento tedesco.
I wanted to thank you personally for getting us out of there. And for helping Rufus come to terms with himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past that, he's a lovely fellow. I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam. Just down the river from Nijmegen, where I grew up. Of course, it's improved immensely since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets full of educated, accepting people. You natives of the 21st century have no idea how fortunate you are. You too, as Rufus said in his own laconic way. If you're ever in the Netherlands, we'd love to show you around. It's the least we
Sì,
could do.
progettare il ponte sullo stretto. Ma spero di no perché crolla. Mazza che cielo strano però. Non vedo Sentius. Ma questo è il pugile. Questa è una scultura, mi pare sia una copia Greca. Cacchio, c'era pure il pugile lì sotto. È rimasto lì, dici? Non l'hanno messo nel museo. Sarebbe stato bello trovarlo al museo. Sì, me l'hanno detto prima che si era trasformato in statua d'oro. Però visto che... Oh. Visto che poi hanno preso tutti gli oggetti dall'Underworld, pensavo avessero preso pure la sua di statua.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long
Ciao,
time.
Proserpina.
Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and thank you for freeing all these people, and me. I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues, and whisper to you when he was distracted. I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. There were only ever brief windows in which I could speak to you without being detected. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. A second chance. Rather, as many second chances as they needed to avoid his wrath. So I whispered to Sentius in secret, telling him the prayer required to create a portal in my shrine. I knew the danger of humans being corrupted by godly power, and so I put a safeguard in place. I required the creator of the portal to sacrifice their own life, so that it could only be used selflessly to help others. What I did not anticipate is that Sentius would retain his accumulated memories from each previous day, and as a veteran soldier he had long since shed his fear of death. He quickly discovered that he could, in effect, prolong his own life indefinitely by exploiting the cycle. Of course, once I had taught him the prayer, I could not unteach him, and there was little I could do but wait for someone like you to come along and see him for what he was. We were all fortunate you came along when you did. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard from him, and I rather hope it stays that way. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was, but I'd be surprised if you don't run into her again. I imagine we all will, one day. And you, although it feels like I've known you forever. Oh, and one last thing. Do you remember all those golden statues scattered throughout the city? Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did. Hercules, Orpheus, Theseus, and Aeneas would be proud.
That's okay. Oh, un finale è carino, curioso, un po' dolciastro forse, no? Vedi, hanno avuto degli historical consultants. Apostolos Papa Georgiu. Quindi è davvero greco quello. Georgius. Sarà che non conosco l'accento greco. Il nome sembrava greco comunque. Beh, sì, alcuni hanno ripetuto, hanno fatto più voci. Era il migliore. Vabbè dai, alla fin fine sono stato contento di averlo giocato, è carino. È ingenuo in molte cose, ha una scrittura altalenante, non sempre on point, però ha alcuni guizzi, per esempio il dialogo con il filosofo. La parte finale, diciamo che è quella forse scritta un po' meglio. Il dialogo anche con la divinità, con Plutone, e quella battaglia tra la sua idea di moralità e comunque la nostra, e lui che non c'era molto arrivato ma sospettava che c'era qualcosa che non andava, una tenzone a parole. Carina come idea, e più che altro apprezzo l'idea, ecco, cioè il fatto che ci sia questo mondo che continua a modificarsi con degli eventi scriptati, puoi modificarlo anche tu agendo, e prende spunto da un sacco di altri giochi, e sono i giochi più immersive sim, quindi da Deus Ex a Thief, anche un po' Bioshock, forse un po' troppo, Dishonored, no? Da quel macrocosmo lì di videogiochi che hanno un combat system molto più sviluppato, però è proprio l'idea alla base, quella di modificare attraverso le tue azioni il mondo di gioco, e qui aggiunge anche il fatto che puoi tornare indietro nel tempo. Sì, è uscito anche prima di Deathloop. L'idea è quella, cioè alla base di Deathloop, chiaramente Deathloop è un gioco molto più grande, sviluppato da Arcane, che ha un sacco di risorse in più e sfrutta altri punti di forza, ne sfrutta anche di più. Però questo, nel suo essere piccolino, comunque essere un gioco che si concentra attorno a quelle poche idee che ha, poche ma buone, insomma, fa un buon lavoro. Esatto, sì. Comunque spero che continuino a creare videogiochi, a fare qualcosa. Ah, vedi, ci sono anche i translator. From Marta Pierce. Bene. Si è fatto tardi, pensavo che avrei fatto molto prima, invece il finale è stato lungo. Ah, ci sono le varie cose, vabbè. Chiedono di restare in contatto. Dai, carino. Sono contento di averlo recuperato. Grazie per chi ha seguito. È l'una di notte. Ma va bene. E domani devo vedere cosa fare. Se chiacchierare qualcosa forse ho, oppure forse salto. Domani vediamo. E poi scelgo un altro gioco per settimana prossima, perché venerdì non penso di riuscire a streamare. Comunque farò sapere sui soliti canali, sul canale Telegram in particolare, ma anche su Instagram e Facebook. Quanto mi è durato? Mi è durato, sì, 12-13 ore, sì, più o meno. se non sbaglio. Questa era la quarta live. 2, 6, 8... Sì, circa 12 ore. Va bene, dai. Buonanotte. Alla prossima.